Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
En vous basant sur le récit des événements du camp opposé, vous pouvez trouver les parties de leur déclaration qui ne tiennent pas la route. Utilisez les preuves et les indices que vous avez obtenus au cours de votre enquête sur l'incident pour refuter toute série d'événements qui n'auraient pas de sens et les remplacer par de nouvelles déductions. Utilisez vos réfutations pour convaincre le public et obtenir le soutien de la population. L'oratrice affichera clairement des changements. Lorsque vous trouverez réfuté tout le contenu incorrect, vous pouvez terminer le cycle de la réfutation et dévoiler la vérité.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Il se rend dans le tunnel. Linné est entré dans le tunnel.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too, but afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny...
Cherchez des contradictions. L'action de Linné dans le tunnel. Linné a attaqué Ashley. Déclaration de Linné, qui s'est dirigé vers la salle contenant le noyau du tunnel. Pas ici témoin d'un crime, ni entendu le bruit.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey. Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Les preuves indiquent que lorsque Linné est revenu, l'incident s'était déjà produit et tout ce que Linné a vu était.
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent! Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to do all that! Wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
L'équipement présent sur scène a été saboté à l'avance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've met. Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Vous vous souvenez?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you... You're saying that he wasn't?
Je m'en servirai comme arme.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Le coupable est... Sélectionnez une icône en fin d'engrenage dans le menu pour voir les questions correspondantes de l'affaire. Le rapport d'enquête des gendarmes indique que les feux d'artifice tirés vers la fin du spectacle se sont enflammés et ont brûlé la corde suspendant le réservoir d'eau au-dessus de la scène. Cela a fait tomber le réservoir et a tué Cowell dans la boîte en dessous. Si Linné n'est plus suspecté, seuls les autres membres de la troupe auraient pu trafiquer les accessoires. Linné a donné un compte-rendu détaillé de la façon dont le tour est censé fonctionner. En utilisant une boîte à l'intérieur d'une autre, l'idée consiste à transporter la boîte contenant le membre du public via un tunnel en dessous de la scène, alors que Linné utilise également ce tunnel pour passer de l'autre côté. Après avoir changé de tenue, Linné doit occuper le public avec l'aide de son assistant. Le manteau appartenant à Ashley La dame qui a disparu a été retrouvée dans le tunnel. La raison reste inconnue.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
That can't be right. The killer was, in fact...
Oh, is that so? How?
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the... Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would...
Aïe.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant.
Non. Attendez, je réfléchis.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that. No one entered or left the The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny. No one entered or left the
Ah, j'y arrive pas. Attendez, je réfléchis vraiment. Hein.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
Non, non.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Déduction incorrecte. Excusez-moi. Le bruit pendant le spectacle aurait pu être celui de l'altercation qu'il a eue avec Ashley. Linné était absent du tunnel pendant 1 minute. Cowell aurait eu assez de temps pour faire sortir Ashley de la boîte dans les tribunes. Mais les gendarmes ont affirmé que personne n'était entré ni sorti de l'opéra. Il n'aurait pas pu s'échapper, même s'il avait dû le livrer quelque part. Une sortie par la boîte magique aurait été remarquée par le public à coup sûr.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Où Ashley est-elle passée?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
C'est ça qui me manque. C'est que Ashley, on ne sait pas où elle est passée.
Well, that would be
Donc ça aurait été
nice,
impossible
but
de
the
deviner de
tunnel
toute
only
façon.
has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
De la magie. Attendez, et si c'était l'eau?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Attendez!
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
C'est là que ça va être chaud. Le vase, non?
The vase was not broken by chance.
Voilà. Il nous manquait le vase, je crois.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
Je demande l'autorisation d'examiner les effets personnels de Kowit.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty.
Oh, mon
The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
Je vais plus être seule. Salut Tikara.
Lecture des plus autorés.
Ça va? Je suis en live pour l'instant sur justement l'histoire de Fontaine. Oh mon petit Kara. Je vais plus être toute seule. On s'ennuie quand on est seul. Quand on est si seul. Ah là là. C'est génial, ce petit Kara, il va arriver. Youpi.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if... wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
Ah, il a vraiment le charisme de ouf. Hein. Ah vache, la villette.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Eau de la mer primordiale. Le liquide que les gendarmes ont trouvé dans les affaires de Cowell semble avoir la capacité de dissoudre les fontainois dans l'eau.
The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant... The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Ah, pour une fois du premier coup.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again!
Allez, viens de tenir compagnie de Tikara pendant le live. Je me sens si seule, il n'y a vraiment personne. Ah Aïe aïe aïe. J'aime pas le forcer, mais j'aime pas être seule.
In the original plan, Cowl would tamper
J'aurais
with
voulu
the
attendre un
water
petit peu
tank,
qu'il arrive.
and the number selector securing his target.
Mais attendez une minute. Je vais essayer d'attendre un petit peu qu'il arrive, petit Kara. Comme ça, il rate pas tout parce qu'il en a raté une partie quand même. Hein. Je pense. Oh, petit Kara. Il est trop mignon. J'espère qu'il ne me laissera pas solo. Bon, tant pis, on verra.
When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Oui, je vais peut-être avoir petit Kara avec moi. Je me sens tellement seule. Oh, merci petit Kara si tu me tiens vraiment compagnie. Je déteste la solitude. Oh, mon petit Kara.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
C'est bizarre.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and whoop. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close. Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
Well.
Am I right, Mr. Linny?
Il est en train de tout rater, petit Kara. Tu me dis quand t'es là, petit Kara? Moi aussi, je te fais un gros câlin, petit Kara, mais tu risques de tout rater si tu mets trop de temps. gros câlin. On est quand même dans un tribunal, hein. On essaye de défendre l'inné. Voilà, c'est tout ce que je peux te dire. Donc évite de tout rater. C'est mieux de le voir en direct parfois.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale.
Non, allez, petit Kara, tu passes pas et après tu rates tout. Ah, te voilà enfin. Enfin, petit Kara. J'ai eu peur que tu rates tout.
Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Le village, il a pas l'air très content.
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again?
Si tu es là, petit Kara, pourrais-tu te montrer? Ah, ah oui, tu peux pas écrire, t'es sur ton truc. C'est ça? Oui, elle a mis ses petites lunettes de détective, là, je sais pas pourquoi. Ah, j'ai cru que t'allais tout rater, mais en fait, tu peux juste pas écrire. T'es en train de regarder sur un truc que tu peux pas écrire, je crois.
And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence.
Ouh, il s'est passé quelque chose. Une moustache et des lunettes, oui, oui, petit Kara.
I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial.
Bah oui, tu m'étonnes, la peine de mort, ouais. Si jamais il y aurait eu ça.
I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then, before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
Ah la vache.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Alors, ça te plaît déjà, petit Kara?
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief.
Merci de me tenir compagnie. Ça fait du bien de savoir que quelqu'un regarde.
Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me.
Ouais, elle l'a mis ça tout à l'heure, je sais pas. Pour, dès qu'on a commencé à faire les recherches de preuves pour innocenter Linné, parce que la plus grosse preuve que Furina, donc Fossalor, a mis sur Linné, c'est qu'il est un Fatui. Oui, Linné et sa sœur sont des Fatui, des anciens. Mais eux, ils veulent sauver justement la nation là. Alors, t'as Furina depuis tout à l'heure, donc alias Fossalor, qui arrêtait pas de mettre des accusations et tout. Alors on est obligé de l'innocenter pour éviter qu'il ait une peine de mort ou de la prison. C'est plus la peine de mort quand même qu'elle veut le faire. Je crois.
I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Au moins tu vois le véritable caractère de Fossalor. Elle peut être terrible parfois, hein, je te l'avais dit. C'est pour ça que la colère du tsunami était super bien trouvée. Aïe aïe aïe. Probablement, on a affaire à une pro.
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Oui, c'est l'heure de contester le raisonnement de l'Archon Hydro.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lilianne's perspective.
Linné est entrée dans le tunnel. Bah ça c'est depuis longtemps, normalement. Attends. Ashley, c'est dissoute. Ashley, non, c'est pas vraiment dissoute. Attends. Parce que je vois pas de loin. Elle avait dit... Donc Liliane, bien sûr, pas Ashley. Nope. Dans le tunnel. Je sais pas quoi mettre. Attends. J'ai peur de faire une bêtise pour leur mettre la kata. La discorde entre Linné et Cowell. Voilà, ça c'est pas possible. Je sais pas. Non. Ça va, au moins on fait pas de bêtises. Enfin, j'espère. Voilà.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lilianne and Cowell.
C'est une pression de ouf de défendre les gens. Non. Ça.
The strange sound
Par
wasn't
exemple,
from a fight. It was Lilianne's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Ok. Linné a assommé Cowell. Non. Non, pas celle-là. Voilà.
Lily-Anne was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time.
Oh, ma chérie, elle est réveillée.
Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
C'est un peu trop tard pour se réveiller, ça. Elle a pas tout raté, mais il faut mieux qu'elle vienne, quoi.
Je crois que ma soeur m'a dit qu'il était 53. Et du coup, je me suis précipitée pour m'habiller et tout, j'ai pas eu le temps de regarder, et j'ai même pas pris mon téléphone, parce qu'à côté de chez nous, il y a une voisine, elle a des chiots, on va dire des petites chiennes. Et elle m'a fait oui, et du coup, j'ai été voir les chiots.
T'inquiète, c'est pas grave, c'est pas encore fini, hein, donc tu peux encore venir, il y a Kara qui est là aussi. Mais la prochaine fois, fais attention, ma chérie. En tout cas, bon réveil. Ah là là. C'est bien, petit Kara, toi au moins t'es arrivé pour le jugement. T'es pas arrivé tout à la fin, enfin, on sait pas, hein, mais... Déjà un petit bout quand même, t'as vu Paimon avec des lunettes. Aïe aïe aïe.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lily-Anne panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her
pas, Kara.
head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard.
Reste avec moi. Aïe, je me suis cognée contre mon téléphone.
Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lily-Anne had not dissolved.
Le touré, il dort, il est trop déprimé. Voilà.
He did not know that Lily-Anne was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lily-Anne back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily-Anne came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Ah ouais. Eh bah dis donc. Elle aurait failli faire tuer quelqu'un. Hein. Déjà qu'elle a buté quelqu'un, ça fait la gaffe quoi. Oh mon petit Kara. C'est pas trop tard là, ma chérie, elle peut laisser son tel direct.
Guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
Oui, mais je te parle pas des chiots, je te parle du réveil. À l'heure du manger que tu t'es réveillé alors qu'on devait tous réveiller un peu vers 5. Enfin, pas toi. Mais du coup, Sensei et moi, on était réveillés vers 5h du mat déjà. Donc si tu voulais voir la suite, ben c'est ça que je veux te dire. C'est si tu veux voir la suite en direct, par rapport à Fontaine, l'accusation qui se passe dans le procès là et tout, c'est maintenant ou jamais. C'est pas pour te crier dessus ma chérie, t'inquiète pas. C'est pour te prévenir que t'as raté un gros morceau. Voilà. Je réponds RP pour la peine. Voilà.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Ouais, mais c'est pas un divertissement normalement des procès.
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Faux salaud. Elle veut se barrer.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Heureusement que Novillette est là, moi je vous le dis, hein, sinon elle pourrait pas se barrer. Enfin, sinon elle se serait barrée sûrement.
Wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now!
Paimon!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen.
J'espère que ma chérie va pas me vouloir, juste parce que j'ai dit qu'elle était un peu en retard, qu'elle a raté un gros morceau. Elle m'avait promis, quoi.
Parce qu'aujourd'hui, déjà il fait extrêmement chaud.
Mm.
En plus, il y a les enfants d'un des frères de mon beau-père qui les a déposés chez nous, donc on a au moins 3 gosses en plus, sans compter.
Quel dommage, elle m'avait promis aujourd'hui.
Compter la copine de ma soeur, celle qui habite avec les chiots, et mon soeur avec les enfants. Plus je suis loin d'eux, mieux c'est. Et le pire, c'est qu'il nous sort, ah putain, c'est bien, il faut qu'elle aille prier. Et mon beau-père, en gros, nous on est un petit peu comme des gens, voilà et tout. Et t'as mon beau-père qui répond quoi? Ah, par contre, si je vous emmène, vous rasez, j'en ai pas les femmes poilues. Pardon? C'est elle a dit, bah, si on peut pas se raser et tout ça. J'en ai pas les femmes poilues, c'est pas assez féminin. Mais je ma soeur, elle dit, bah, et toi, machin, bah, moi je l'ai fait.
Ah, c'est de pire en pire, ma chérie. Courage. Au fond de moi, je ne cache pas que j'ai mal au cœur parce que... elle m'avait promis de regarder ce jour-là, quoi. J'avais dit en plus, tu viendrais voir le live. Oui, oui, y a pas de problème. Et j'étais un peu triste au fond, quoi. C'est normal. Quand sa moitié... Enfin, quand ta moitié te dit un truc et que ça n'arrive pas... C'est un peu dur à digérer, mais on y arrive toujours.
To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks.
Ah, t'as vu? Il est trop fort, hein? En fait, petit Kara, tu devrais m'écrire en privé si t'es toujours là. Ça serait plus facile, vu que... Je pense que tu répondais aussi à Nounou.
Donc, s'il y a mon beau-père et ma mère, il y a ma mère, donc automatiquement tu fais. Et que quand il y a que mon beau-père tout seul, c'est même pas là. Bon, là, je vais tranquillement. De toute façon, c'est pas cet après-midi, là, je sais pas quelle heure. Je m'en fous, je travaille à mon jeu.
Pas de problème, ma chérie. Je répondrai toujours des oui, des pas de problème. Et je pense que tu étais déjà parti, petit Kara, donc c'était bien à ma chérie que tu répondais. C'est un peu triste d'être toute seule à chaque fois. Pardon.
He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Bravo, c'est génial.
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Ne nous réjouissons pas trop vite.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
Non, non, ça va, t'inquiète pas, ma chérie. T'as rien dit de mal. Je suis un peu triste, c'est tout. C'est la solitude qui fait ça.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes! I'll tell you everything I know.
C'est juste la tristesse d'être seule, quoi, au fond. Non, t'inquiète pas, c'est parce que... c'est la solitude, ma chérie, c'est rien. Je suis un peu seule, on va dire, dans le live. Petit Kara a dû s'absenter, je pense. À part s'il est toujours là et qu'il me fait signe. Mais sinon, quand il est pas là, je suis vraiment toute seule dans le live. Ah non, c'était pas lui. C'est juste la solitude, ma chérie, c'est pas toi. Quand la solitude devient trop forte, quand tu fais tout ce qu'il faut, eh bien, ça donnerait envie de pleurer au fond de soi-même. Mais il faut toujours garder le sourire contre la solitude. C'est pas ta faute, voyons, t'as des choses à faire.
Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve.
C'est sympa, petit Kara. Toi aussi, t'as vu à quel point je suis toute seule dans le truc. Ça donne vraiment envie de pleurer. Toi, à ma place, t'aurais pas envie de pleurer au fond. Si t'étais tout seul dans la live. ça c'est juste un effet normal, ma chérie. C'est pas toi ou quoi que ce soit, t'as des choses à faire. Tu m'avais dit que t'allais travailler dans ton jeu, donc c'est cool. Petit Kara, merci de me tenir compagnie au cas où. Je le remercie au fond du cœur, petit Kara.
It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Tu étais tout seul aussi? Je te comprends. Mais il fallait pas tomber non plus dans le désespoir d'arrêter la chaîne. Alors, vu que tu n'étais pas là, petit Kara, pendant un instant, ce mec est complice et il devait faire porter le chapeau à Linné et Linette. Donc, comment dire ça? Eh ben, en gros, faire porter le chapeau au Fatoui. Voilà. Elle l'a tué. Elle a vraiment pas supporté ça. Il s'est transformé en eau. Elle l'a tué.
And now he can no longer talk.
Ou alors c'est quelqu'un d'autre qui l'a tué.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act.
Donc ça peut pas être elle. Non, c'est quelqu'un qui l'a réduit au silence, on dirait.
All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Il a été dissous.
So, we're just going
Par là,
back
le
now?
mec, il a été dissous. Quelqu'un a voulu le réduire au silence. Le problème est résolu pour l'instant.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
Je n'aime pas voir quelqu'un être accusé injustement.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Ah, il l'appelle père. Arléchinou. Oh purée, ça parle d'Arléchinou. Bah tiens, Kara, t'aurais kiffé parce que ça parle d'Arléchinou. Ceux qu'ils appellent père, c'est Arléchinou. Ils viennent de son orphelinat, je crois. Linné et Linette. Ah bah dis donc, on en apprend des choses.
The knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Le fameux père.
D'accord. Et sinon, ouais, moi aussi, je me suis YouTube et puis... En attendant, je l'ai mis sur pause, ça fait bien longtemps, parce qu'il y a personne qui suit, donc je viens créer une chaîne de toute façon. Une deuxième chaîne pour le comique. Sur l'autre chaîne, je vais voir si je vais pas perdre du temps dans du gacha, mais plus partir sur les... Là, je me réveiller, j'ai pas spécialement envie.
Faut toujours garder espoir au fond de soi-même. Mais oui, mais t'es en train de tout rater, petit Kara. Reviens sur le truc au pire où t'étais. Je te parlerai depuis... Bah, comme maintenant, quoi. Tu vas tout rater, sinon qu'il parle d'elle. Bah oui, faut pas rater quoi que ce soit, là.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering... Would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past.
Oh, ça fait bien longtemps que j'ai perdu espoir. Alors, les personnes qui suivent ma chaîne, c'est pas intéressant, donc je l'ai mis en pause en attendant, et puis je vais voir de temps en temps quand même si...
T'inquiète, ma chérie, je comprends ce qui se passe au fond de toi-même par rapport à ça. Et petit Kara, ils vont parler là, Linné, il va parler de son passé. Donc il va sûrement parler de Arlecchino, vu que bah, c'est elle qui s'occupe de l'orphelinat, quoi. Je peux pas tout dire comme ça, je préfère que quelqu'un voie vraiment.
Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever.
Gros câlin, tout le monde.
Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
C'est Pierrot qui l'a trouvé. Le seul aristocrate, ça pourrait être Pantalone après. Hein.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
C'est les rats.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Ouais, donc c'est un aristocrate au hasard, c'est bon. C'est pas un des fatouilles qu'il avait pris au départ.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
Enfin, c'est du passé maintenant. Ou alors, Arlecchino veut mettre la main sur le gnosis, n'est-ce pas? Ça, c'est
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis's power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
Pardon.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Bien sûr.
Bye, Linny!
On va prendre le petit succès. Ah, te voilà, petit Kara. T'as réussi à te mettre sur ton ordi. Ça me remplit de joie que tu sois ici. La solitude, c'est vraiment horrible.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial
petit
disappearances
Kara.
case, though. Don't you think so too?
T'en fais pas, on va traîner un peu dans Fontaine dès que ça sera fait. Eh bien,
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Je voulais simplement défendre Linné tout à l'heure.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the
Lisa Geo.
Archon's people to follow now,
Elle
right?
est plus classe quand même.
Ah,
Merci, petit Kara, de me rendre le sourire. T'es adorable.
I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Oh,
And we were
un
having
câlin.
so much fun investigating with you, too.
Mon petit Kara.
It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Puisque vous le dites.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
C'est pas étonnant, Paimon.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Bourg?
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
Padadam. Offrande de la fontaine de Lucine. Alors, on a un succès en plus. On se fait pas prier. Yeah, 10 primo. Ça, je veux bien. T'inquiète, c'est pas fini, je crois. Enfin, il y a plein de trucs qui sont apparus d'un coup, là. C'est quoi ce délire? Ouais, c'est pas fini. On a des quêtes du monde et la quête d'Archon qui continue. Ah, ça, c'est gentil. Ça, j'ai pas encore choisi vu que j'ai pas de perso, tu vois, de fontaine. Vu que là, c'est un petit paquet fontaine. Attends, pas là. Voilà. T'as de la chance, hein. Bah oui, elle est belle. Elle est belle, mais très... Attention, elle a son ego. Hein. Mais T'as de la chance, t'as pas tout raté. Finalement, regarde, il reste encore une quête d'Archon. T'as bien de la chance, petit Kara. Tu vas pouvoir profiter. On a encore de la suite. Totori, il est peut-être dans les bras de Baizu, mais là, il est un peu endormi, en fait. Alors, je réponds vite à un truc. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Bon, c'est parti. Regarde comme c'est beau, petit Kara. Et dire que c'était à côté du désert, tout ça. Bon. On doit aller jusqu'à là-bas, donc on va devoir prendre le truc. Je sais plus où est le truc par contre. Je sais pas. Je crois qu'il est en dessous. Nope, il a l'air d'être là-bas. Sinon j'y vais comme ça, moi. Et hop. Un petit combat.
Stabilize.
The doctor was singing.
Mind the sack. Behold. Search for it.
Ouais, d'ailleurs, je vais remettre la cheveux. C'est pas contre eux, mais. Bah non, je peux pas. Enfin, les hydros, c'est pas efficace pour les combats. On en a besoin de l'hydro aussi. Je veux le pain 5 étoiles. Tu m'en sors des trucs, petit gars. Un pain 5 étoiles, carrément. Je crois que c'est par là que je peux aller. Moi. On va s'y perdre dans ce truc, je te jure. Ah, j'ai trouvé le truc des boss. C'est les boss qui dansent. Regarde, petit Kara. Ah, malheureusement, il va bien falloir les détruire à un moment. De toute façon, ils reviennent toujours, mais bon. C'est très beau. C'est très élégant. C'est là-bas qu'on doit aller, tu vois. Et nous, on doit aller là-haut. Tu l'auras, ton pain 5 étoiles. Mon petit gars. Ah, je sais, mais bon. On aura bien besoin de les tuer à un moment, on n'aura pas le choix. Wesh! Des nouveaux fruits? Il y aura des sacrées recettes alors. J'ai cru au départ que c'était des pommes crépusculaires, non? Pas grave, je vais remettre la Shogun avec nous au cas où c'est des combats. Des nouveaux fruits, petit Kara, t'as vu? On aurait dit des oranges. Et regarde les nouveaux trucs et les animations, ça y est. Maintenant, il y aura plus de classes pour choisir ton équipe. Je vais mettre mon petit Keia, même si c'est pas beau. Allez. Oups. Je suis un petit peu bloquée. Attends. Parce qu'on a un truc exprès à prendre, tu vas voir. Des fruits faibles, non mais franchement. Toujours à me sentir en fruits. Pourquoi moi? Voilà, c'est ici. On attend le truc. Et on y va. En avant.
Welcome to the Navia line. This journey will be returning to the court of Fontaine. I am Elfan, your tour guide for this trip. But I hope you won't mind if my commentary fails to do justice to the necessities before your eyes.
Un temple hydro.
Anyway, the destination of this tour is the capital city of this nation, the court of Fontaine. Even the critic who once compared the city to a cage of stone and steel could not deny its aesthetic appeal.
Tu veux voir la bannière? Non, c'est pas la bannière ça. Attends, parce que ça bug et ça. Voilà. Voilà les bannières. Linné, Yelan et leurs armes. Ouais, j'ai déjà 7 vœux. Dès que j'en aurai 10, je ferai les 10,
suspended in midair is
je vais l'ajouter dans le vide.
Research Institute.
C'est pas un pingouin, hein.
I hear the employees there do crazy overtime regardless of rank or distinction.
C'est un petit animal.
I'm not sure if that had anything to do with the incident.
Regarde, on peut s'asseoir tranquille. En appréciant le voyage. C'est super, franchement, ce qu'ils ont fait.
Excellent. We've reached the terminal station. Please prepare to disembark. I don't mean to hurry you, but there are just so many attractions in the Court of Fontaine worth visiting. I recommend that you begin sightseeing as soon as possible, so you encounter as many of these treasures as you
mais c'est pas
can.
un pingouin, elle.
As for me, I might use this opportunity for a rest. Maybe I'll go to our ways for a cup of coffee. Even tour guides need to pick me up now and then.
Merci bien. Hop là. Tu sais, ça va être très technique, hein, ici. Et hop, on y est. Oh, c'est joli, franchement. Je peux pas arrêter de le dire, c'est tellement beau. Pinville. Attends, là, ça prête à rentrer dans un truc, je sais pas. L'hôtel. Une sorte d'hôtel. On va s'y paumer dans cette ville. T'imagines quand on aura toute la région de Fontaine, s'il te plaît? Oh là. Ça va être terrible. Bon, bah on sait déjà qu'Arlecino, bien hypocrite qu'elle est, on sait déjà qu'elle est hypocrite en vrai, c'est quand même occupé de Linné et Linette, comme tout l'orphelinat quoi.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please.
Okay.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Là, il y a la recette de baguette de pain, je crois, qui est sur la table.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like.
Raison.
If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
Déjà que j'avais un peu faim, alors là, ça donne la dalle. Hein. Je sais pas quoi manger, moi. J'ai mon beefsteak à faire en plus. Mais si je le faisais maintenant, ça prendrait du temps. Je crois pas que j'ai du pain de mie encore. Non, j'en ai plus. Je vais pas manger une glace, je dois manger une ce matin. J'ai beau réfléchir, je ne sais pas.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
J'ai pas ce qu'il faut, désolé. Mais là-dedans, c'est sûr qu'ils ont tout. Hein.
You sure have your own way of doing things.
Peut-être mon beefsteak, j'ai que ça à manger, je pense. Il y a d'autres trucs, mais mon père n'est pas revenu. Attends, je vais vite fait vérifier un truc. J'arrive tout de suite, petit cara. Je commence à avoir un peu faim, c'est dingue. Ah, j'ai des petits croissants, je crois. C'est bon, petit cara, j'ai retrouvé quelque chose à manger. Que j'ai pas besoin de faire cuire du coup pour éviter de mettre trop de temps. J'avais encore du chinois. Tu sais c'est quoi du chinois? Qu'on me fasse pas des blagues, hein. C'est un gâteau. J'avais oublié que je l'avais encore. C'est trop bon à manger quand on a une petite faim. Ça fait du bien. C'est pas étonnant que j'ai faim, t'as vu l'heure qu'il est?
Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Elle mérite d'être célébrée.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food.
Encore des plats.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
Ah, j'avais bien fait de bloquer ma carte. Tu sais pourquoi, petit cara? Elle est toujours là, ma carte, t'inquiète. Mais je l'ai bloquée, il n'y a que moi qui peux la débloquer. Parce qu'il y a un paiement qui n'est pas passé. Un paiement de 30,59 € pour votre abonnement auprès d'Amazon MKTPFR a échoué sur votre carte. Eh ben, tant mieux. Mon argent est vraiment mis à l'abri comme ça. Oh, je ferai toujours ça maintenant. Ouais, parce qu'il y en a certains qui profitent de ma pièce, ou alors il y en a certains qui l'ont chopé, tu vois, ma carte, ça se trouve. À force de voir que leur paiement ne passe plus, ils vont me lâcher. Hein. De toute façon, elle sera toujours comme ça, en sécurité. Ça marche tellement bien. Je ne supporte pas qu'on me prenne des sous et qu'après je vois qu'il n'y a plus rien. T'imagines? J'aurais eu mon truc débloqué, le paiement serait passé et j'aurais eu moins de sous. Mais sans... Je pense qu'il reste 150. Mais 150, bah il serait transformé, quoi. 30 €, c'est pas rien. C'est le prix pour des primos.
Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Ça va? Oh, pourquoi? Dis-nous tout, petit Sensei, on t'écoute, petite Sensei d'alors.
Elle a pas eu l'inné ce matin. Ma pauvre petite Sensei. T'inquiète, je t'ai dit que je t'aiderai. De toute façon, dès que j'aurai mes sous à nouveau, tu auras 32,99 de ma part. Je suis sûre que tu l'auras au bout d'un moment, quand même. Et puis, oublie pas de farmer.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Mhm. Je suis en train de répondre. Voilà. Pardon pour l'attente.
If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
De rien, Sensi, c'est normal, voyons. C'est normal de faire ça entre amis. Faut pas être étonné. T'as juste pas eu de chance, c'est tout.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off.
Excusez-moi pour le bruit, mais j'ai très faim. Je sais pas si vous avez vu l'heure.
To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
On voulait poser des questions à l'Archon Hydro.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play, don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Non, elle nous tuerait là.
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
Non, t'en fais pas, j'ai pas besoin d'un truc en échange. Arrête de t'en faire, voyons, Sensi. La seule chose que j'aimais bien, elle a déjà été retirée et puis vaut mieux pas retenter. Donc t'en fais pas pour ça, j'ai besoin de quoi que ce soit en échange. Après tout, de Toré à Fossalor maintenant. Ils vont très bien ensemble avec son caractère.
That might work, but
valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
Vous appelez ça un détail?
All right, no more joking around. Huh. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Ça vaut la peine d'essayer.
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink?
Oh non. Mais arrête de manger ou boire les trucs qui sont pas à toi, Paimon.
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Je te jure, elle arrête pas de manger. Alors tout à l'heure, elle a mangé des macarons qui n'étaient pas pour elle. Apparemment, elle en a mangé 5 au lieu de 3. Et maintenant, elle a pris le soda, enfin le truc, la boisson de la femme, quoi. Son nom est trop dur, désolé. En
Is
effet.
that so? Huh. Well,
Le
in that
Fanta.
case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then.
Ils l'ont appelé ça le Fanta. Et c'est censé être ça, une boisson salée, pas bon. Rip le Fanta alors.
If we're all
S'ils
finished
ont fait
eating, then I'll
une
go pay.
illusion. Aïe aïe aïe.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
En parlant de ça, j'en ai moi. Et je vais pouvoir en boire après. Mais d'abord, je vais essayer de finir le fond, mais je sais pas si c'est une bonne idée. J'ai déjà été malade hier. Je sais même pas comment j'ai fait mon compte. Si j'étais pas malade hier, j'aurais pu faire ma mise à jour à minuit et être correctement, sans être en décalage bien sûr, avec Sensi pendant le truc quoi. Ouais, tu nous manques trop. Même si ça t'embête, après c'est pas grave. Dotori il a fausse alors et les deux ils ont un sacré caractère après tout. Surtout fausse alors. On l'a vu aujourd'hui, t'as pas l'air de l'apprécier toi. Après c'est comme tu le sens Sensi. Je n'ai pas envie de te forcer et j'ai pas trop envie de demander quoi que ce soit en échange. C'est un service gratuit que je fais. Voilà. Scaramouche il a tellement rejeté Dotori que... Il est bien avec Fossalor. Avec son caractère tellement hautain. C'est ça qui nous fait l'apprécier. Bon bah... C'est pas un fond de coca après tout, c'est pas risqué. Allez. Grave erreur. Je le sens pas. Il y a plus de bulles. Faut jamais boire un coca sans bulle, surtout un peu chaud. Bon bah toi tu vas dans la cuisine, je vais chercher le Fanta. Pour la peine. J'arrive Cara. Je vais éviter de tomber malade à nouveau. Je peux pas dire. Ouais, il est bien plus frais le Fanta. Hein. La vache. Je risque pas de tomber malade au moins là. J'espère qu'elle se sent pas offensée, Sensi. C'est juste que le Scaramouche a tellement abandonné Dotori que ben j'ai peur que ça recommence quoi. T'es pas d'accord, petit Kara? Putain, je savais qu'elle avait un comportement super hautain, mais elle va tellement bien avec. C'est un très beau couple que ça fait, petit Kara, je crois. Tu les as unis ensemble. Ça se voyait que tu voulais faire ce petit projet au fond. Mon petit Kara adoré. Oh, t'es trop mimi. T'as aussi l'envie de les remettre ensemble, je parie. Ok, petite Sensi. J'accepte ton cadeau en échange de mon cadeau. J'espère que Scaramouche va pouvoir apprécier Fausse alors maintenant qu'elle connaît le caractère. Et Neuvillette, oh my god. T'as vu à quel point il a du charisme et tout? Si ça continue, le syndrome de Stockholm, il va faire effet. Oh, un peu plus. D'ailleurs, Dotori, il est toujours sous sa surveillance ou pas? Il faut que tu me donnes des détails, s'il te plaît. N'hésite pas à tout me dire en privé, s'il te plaît, petit Kara, au pire. Comme ça laisse la surprise. Alors, tu peux toujours essayer de marcher?
That would be so normal. You know, like you.
Moi, je marche tout le temps.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
J'ai l'impression que c'était plutôt un gros trou dans son budget.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
Ouais, on va essayer parce qu'elle a encore honte.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority.
Bien reçu.
In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
À plus tard.
See ya!
Navia. Tadam. Début de la quête. C'est seulement le début de la quête. Attention. Et deuxième partie. Bon. Tant qu'on n'a pas de perso, c'est compliqué. Ouais, on en est à 120, pas encore à 160. Hein. Ouh. Attendez une minute. Est-ce qu'on a un téléporteur là-bas ou pas? Non. Si. Pourquoi je dis non, moi? C'est parce que j'ai pas trouvé encore la statue des 7 qu'il n'y a pas la carte. Désolée. Par ici.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vacher.
Encore cette voix.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Oui.
That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vacher. Vacher.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water.
Je ressens des émotions intenses.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vacher, right?
Ouais.
Hey, traveler! Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Une océanide?
Vacher, are you my dear Vacher? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vacher? Do you know where my love is?
Je ne connais pas ce monsieur.
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
Vous étiez...
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
Vous avez perdu votre enveloppe charnelle.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Peut-être une femme disparue? De l'eau bleu clair? Est-ce que...
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vacher would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
Vous voulez que je le retrouve?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vacher, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
Je pense que ce sera difficile pour lui de vous oublier.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vacher above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
Ça veut dire que...
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
On dirait qu'après la dissolution...
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Paimon?
Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vacher, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Demoiselle!
army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Oula. Les robots, ils ont eu un problème, je crois. Ouais, ils ont quelque chose.
Quick, now's our chance!
D'accord, celle-ci. Hey.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Chlorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Chlorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Chlorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Qu'est-ce qui vient de se passer?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us!
Whoa.
Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Chlorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Tu te comptes parmi les combattants, Paimon?
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky?
Attendez.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Ouf.
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Quelqu'un a essayé de la tuer.
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh? Really?
Elle a bien fait de le boire finalement. Mais elle s'est pas dissoute. Heureusement que nous ne sommes pas fontainoises. Ouais, c'est pour ça, c'est parce qu'elle est pas fontainoise peut-être.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Ah bah, on n'a pas le choix. Paimon est une archon. Non, c'est juste qu'elle est pas fontainoise, du coup elle se dissout pas dans l'eau, je pense. Bah elle a bien fait de boire la boisson, hein. Sinon on aurait perdu Navia, je crois que c'était ça son nom. On l'aurait paumé.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Sacré Paimon, je te jure.
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
Lynette a dit que...
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
Bah on dirait bien vu que t'as entendu la voix toi aussi.
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
J'ai aussi obtenu de nouvelles informations.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
Les voix de... Ben, la voix de la fontaine était celle d'une des jeunes femmes disparues.
Oh.
Oh, elles sont dissoutes.
That is important.
Ça veut dire que le sénateur il dissout les femmes quoi.
Doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he
S'il est toujours en vie.
Threatened?
Tu m'étonnes. S'il est toujours en vie.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
Très bien, chère collaboratrice.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Bah ouais.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Ils vont payer pour ça.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Voilà, ça c'est pas de refus. Hop là. On va quand même prendre des nouveaux fruits.
Squall and Fury.
Solidify! I will have order!
Freeze! Taking a turn for the better. The wind rises. Quit following me.
Je regarde juste un truc par rapport à... Non, ça... Ouais, la statue de fontaine... Enfin, de cette région, elle doit être... c'est celle-là là-bas, je crois. C'est là où on doit aller. Ah, sacré Paimon. Même en volant des choses, elle sauve la vie des gens. C'est bien. Attendez, je regarde vite fait le RP. On commence quand tu veux, voyons, ça ne te sens pas obligé. Je l'ai dit, il a fausse alors. Puis il a les autres, j'ai entendu. Alors...
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Voilà. Elle est là-bas, normalement.
Squall and Fury. Behold.
Je suis en train de chercher où elle pourrait être.
The wind rises.
Si je pars là, non. Ouais, elle doit être vers le bas.
Squall and Fury.
C'est pour vous mettre la carte que je fais ça, vous inquiétez pas. Par là-bas. Alors soit elle est tout en haut, si elle est pas tout en haut, c'est qu'elle est vers le bas. Il n'y a pas 36 000 solutions.
Behold! The wind rises.
Ouf. Elle est là. Et voilà. C'est mieux avec un morceau de carte, non? Ah. Tiens, j'en ai trouvé qu'un seul. En même temps, on n'a pas la plongée et tout, c'est normal pour l'instant. On est que dans l'histoire. Bon. Voilà.
It's right up ahead. But let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh. Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
C'est profond. Lumine. Oh, petit Kara. Coucou, petit Kara. Bon alors. Waouh. Ça. Bon alors, petit Kara. Coucou Minifel. Oh. Avez-vous besoin de crocheter une serrure ou d'en changer une peut-être? Tu fais ce métier la nuit? Bien sûr, en général, ce n'est que quand les gens rentrent chez eux le soir qu'ils se rendent compte qu'ils ont oublié leurs clés. Demande ça à KV, tiens. Oh, je comprends. Vous vous demandez si je fais quelque chose de répréhensible, c'est ça? Ne vous inquiétez pas, j'ai des principes et du bon sens. Et plus important encore, je ne pense pas que ma performance serait si bien jugée à l'opéra. Laissez pas les enfants courir ici, voyons. Des légumes. Plein de légumes. Bonjour, avez-vous besoin de conseils juridiques? Vous êtes avocate? Eh bien, j'aurais aimé pouvoir devenir une duelliste mandatée, mais j'imagine que ça n'arrivera pas dans cette vie. Je ne sais pas me battre, genre pas du tout. Je suis du style à pouvoir me cogner la tête avec une épée dans son fourreau. Mais s'il y a un talent que j'ai, c'est la recherche. Tant que les détails de l'affaire sont clairs, je peux trouver rapidement toutes les clauses légales pertinentes. Ah ouais. Pour être précis, je donne des conseils pour ne pas se faire rattraper par la loi. Mon objectif est de permettre à mes clients d'éviter de devoir affronter des duellistes mandatés et d'éviter d'aller à l'opéra. Sauf pour profiter des performances, bien sûr. Ce n'est pas difficile à faire. Tous les systèmes juridiques ont leurs défauts. Et je les connais aussi bien que les trous dans mes chaussettes. En parlant de ça, je devrais probablement investir dans une nouvelle paire. Eh ben... Ah, c'est blindé de loi ici aussi. Y'a que ça. Est-ce si difficile à croire? Qui êtes-vous? Quoi? Moi? Faustier? Pardon, c'est moi, Faustier. Ah ben on le connaît pas, on vient pas de là, nous. Hein? Oh, désolé, j'ai dû tomber sur la mauvaise personne. Trop de gens me demandent ça. Alors j'ai pensé que tu devais être une vieille connaissance. Vos vieux amis ne vous reconnaissent pas? Eh bien, j'ai fait un court passage dans la forteresse de Méropide, pour de petits larcins. Entre autres choses... Et quand je suis sortie, personne ne pouvait plus me reconnaître. Ils disaient que j'ai trop changé. C'est vrai que j'étais plus mince dans le passé. Il me fallait même pas mal d'efforts pour me déplacer les chaises. Mais méconnaissable, vraiment. J'ai juste un peu pris de c'est tout. C'est compréhensible. Vraiment? Ai-je tellement changé? Eh bien, je dois ça à la boxe. Quand j'ai assisté à un match de boxe pour la première fois, je n'ai pas pu m'empêcher de me demander ce qui se serait passé si j'avais simplement été assez fort. Peut-être que je n'aurais jamais volé. Après avoir purgé ma peine, j'ai été invité à rejoindre la Spina, et j'ai commencé à faire un travail manuel légitime. Je suppose que ma vie a changé. Ah ouais. Tous ceux qui sont là ont peut-être eu des petits problèmes avec la loi avant. Nous voici, nous voilà.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Non, non, je vais pas dormir pour l'instant. Faut que je continue, moi. Je suis encore en train de continuer le live.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Merci.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
Oh non, le réveil de mon père. Ah, attends, j'arrive, petit cara. Faut que j'aille l'éteindre, sinon il s'éteindra jamais. Voilà. Je suis de retour.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand.
Ils vont tous se mettre à l'appeler d'autoré ou quoi là? Déjà qu'il perd espoir, le pauvre.
My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend, but he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
C'est en effet étrange.
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Pour chercher la vérité. On se ressemble sur ce point.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do,
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, But they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
Pas étonnant que ça soit tendu entre vous deux.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensured Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Ça voudrait dire que...
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
Ne vous en faites pas.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah, Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept.
Faut pas s'aventurer dans son bureau non plus, hein.
If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you.
Bien sûr qu'il a une salle d'archives. C'est le juge suprême après tout.
In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
Oh purée.
Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
alternative. À ce point-là. Au moins, tu peux en savoir plus sur le caractère de Novillette. On va aller le voir. Je sais pas si ça fait plaisir. Hein. On va regarder la place. Enfin, on va demander des archives, quoi. On est trop curieux dans la vie. Des entrées de donjons ou d'autres repères avec ces marques au coin. Ce symbole signifie que la destination se situe à un niveau différent, après avoir déverrouillé la carte au niveau correspondant. Vous pouvez sélectionner ce symbole pour afficher cette dernière. Ah ouais. Ah bah je sens que ça va être chaud là. Même la carte de fontaine elle va être chaude. Regarde-moi ça. Ah ouais, ça me rappelle un truc ça. Surface, pas surface. Ça me rappelait un truc, ce truc-là. Quand tu regardais en bas. Ah! Désolé de dire ça, mais ça me rappelle le deuxième Zelda. Surface, pas surface, il manquerait plus que le ciel. Hein. Ah, je te jure. Ouais, donc là, on est en bas. Et nous, on veut aller... Je sais pas si c'est par là. Hein. Attends. Ouais, lui, c'est ici. Il arrive plus à m'y retrouver, ça y est. Ah, mais je te jure, la totale. Il manque plus que le ciel avec Célestia. Ah, ça va plus.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Adieu le sable. Tu m'étonnes. Bon. On s'aventure là-bas. Hein. Parti. Aïe aïe aïe.
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters. Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
C'est les flics de la France, pardon.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Allez, go.
Please come in.
Ouais, courage les gens.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Il doit y avoir beaucoup de boulot en même temps, juge suprême, attends.
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
Ben, il garde son calme, hein, parce que toi, une fois, tu as crié dans les oreilles. Oui, il entend tout. Putain, on dirait une allure de dragon, en vrai. Moi, je suis sûre que ça doit être un dragon hydro. Désolé, mais... Il a une de ses allures et on dirait les mêmes trucs que moi.
Unfortunately.
Et on dirait des antennes, t'as vu? Je sais pas comment ils appellent ça, moi, les dragons. Ce qu'ils ont d'habitude. Bah, les cornes, je sais pas. Hein. Mais il y a plein de rumeurs comme quoi ça pourrait être le dragon hydro.
I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Dame Neuvillette. Oh, tu te souviens encore de ce qu'il avait dit? Rip. Ah, je me rappelle de leur première rencontre. Bonjour mademoiselle. Il le faisait chier.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem.
Ouais, on dirait des cornes de
Miss
dragon.
Navia, I can
Mais des dragons
understand how
d'eau.
you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
Quoi, t'imagines Rena comme ça? Et puis il a même un peu les yeux d'un dragon quand même. Ah, sûr, il doit être un dragon
It's
hydro.
just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead.
Ah bah oui, t'avais vu Rena. Mais je sais plus c'est à qui qu'on avait parlé. Ah, j'ai regardé. Aïe aïe aïe. Bon bah Honorine elle est soignée à distance, hein. Il peut pas faire autrement d'Otori. Je te rappelle qu'il a été emmené loin.
In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear.
Elle a vu Linette aussi.
If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Si tu veux, petit Kara, je t'ai répondu dans le RP.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's
T'as vu, c'est
raining.
bizarre, hein? On dirait qu'il ressemble à tristesse, il pleut. Une villette. C'est étonnant, hein. On dit à chaque fois qu'il pleut, c'est le dragon hydro qui pleure. Bref, c'est ce qu'ils disent dedans. Et à chaque fois qu'il est triste, il se met à pleuvoir. Enfin, qu'on dirait qu'il est triste. Hein. Mais comme t'as entendu, il est apathique.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there
Bizarre,
shouldn't be
non?
any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
La pluie.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Votre père.
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
Ben, un archon, non, c'est impossible, petit Kara, qu'il soit un archon. Et puis peut-être que Fossalorf, elle a fait pleuvoir, oui, t'as peut-être pas tort. Mais après, c'est plus possible, t'as vu, il a plus l'apparence d'un dragon quand même. On verra bien, hein, plus tard, s'ils nous disent où il vient et tout, quoi. Mais il a plus l'apparence d'un dragon, en tout cas. Neuvillette. Neuvillette pour ceux qui préfèrent, Neuvillette pour nous les Français. On sait pas pourquoi il pleut, souvent comme ça à chaque fois. Cependant, il y a une chose que vous ignorez à l'époque.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
Les humains peuvent se transformer en eau.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Allons-y, il faut battre le fer tant qu'il est chaud.
Great, let's go then.
En tout cas, ils ont fait une sacrée apparence, on pensait pas qu'il avait des sortes de cornes. Bien sûr, hein, c'est peut-être des sortes de mèches, mais J'ai jamais vu des mèches en mode corne, quoi. Donc c'est une nouvelle apparence qu'ils ont fait à un perso, quoi. Je suis paumée.
What lovely weather. Which reminds me, we just received a batch of herbs.
Don't worry. Even if Chi-Chi forgot to dry out the herbs, Herbalist Gui will certainly remember to put them out in the sun.
Yes, you're
Ils sont
right.
tous en train d'appeler en même temps, c'est horrible. Attends. On y est.
Whoa! What a huge ship!
C'est bon, c'est répondu.
Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
Je crois que je comprends.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Moi je regarde partout. Attention à ne pas vous faire toucher, les outils ne sont pas des êtres vivants. Ils savent pas où ils vont. Bonjour. Oh, une jeune avec des manières. On dirait que vous n'êtes pas un de ces débutants sans cervelle de la Spina di Rosula. Je travaille trop souvent avec ces idiots maladroits pour garder ma bonne humeur. Après, elle n'a jamais vraiment été excellente non plus. Puis-je vous demander qui vous êtes? Oh, j'ai oublié de me présenter. Je suis la conseillère technique de la Spina di Rosula. Je ne suis peut-être plus toute jeune, mais mes mains et mon cerveau fonctionnent toujours très bien. Ne laissez pas ce que j'ai dit sur les nouveaux venus, qui n'arrêtaient pas de casser des choses. Vous trompez. J'aime beaucoup mon travail. À l'époque, je travaillais à l'Institut de recherche de Fontaine, mais j'ai démissionné. Avec mon mauvais caractère, c'est trop compliqué de travailler en équipe. Il s'est avéré que c'était la meilleure décision. Sinon, vous m'auriez peut-être retrouvé au fond de la mer. Les choses sont différentes ici, et peu importe votre âge, tant que vous avez des compétences, elles peuvent être mises au profit. Quelle chance! N'est-ce pas? Peut-être que le destin est en train de me dire que je suis sur la bonne voie. Mais en tant qu'ancienne scientifique, je dois admettre que tout ça c'est bien abstrait. Autrement dit, la bonne voie dans une société ordonnée serait celle où les gens qui ont des compétences obtiennent le mérite qui leur est dû. Elle m'a donné un truc. J'ai récupéré un plan, je crois. Pour ma théière. Est-ce qu'on cuisine? Parce que je suis un petit peu à court de machin. Oui. Fausse alors. On va voir ça. Ah bah oui, tu l'as rencontré. Alors, je vais juste cuisiner des trucs pour l'endurance. Et on va en cuisiner un petit aussi, au cas où. Voilà. Parce que je ne pense pas qu'on ait des nouvelles recettes. Ah bah non. Ah bah non, on pourra les trouver nous-mêmes, les acheter nous-mêmes. Donc là, normalement, j'ai fait un truc qu'il me fallait. Voilà. Pouic. Parce que j'en avais besoin de toute façon. Bonjour, je suis Muna Cielo, le porteur. Vous connaissez les règles? Quelles règles? Ah ah, du poisson frais, je vois. Rassurez-vous, Muna Cielo, le porteur, ne trompe jamais ses clients. Vous avez des questions? J'ai des réponses. Nous échangeons ce que vous avez contre ce que je sais. En qualité équivalente, bien sûr. En quantité, pardon. Et c'est comme ça que ça se passe avec le porteur. Ok. Un porteur? Je transporte des informations d'un endroit à un autre. Tout comme les marins qui transportent des marchandises. L'information, c'est comme des contrats en termes. Pas de capital, pas de profit. Et croyez-moi, j'ai du capital à revendre. Muna Cielo, le porteur, ne manquera pas de frais à transporter. Pardon, transporter, croyez-moi. De fret ou de frites, je sais pas ce qu'il a voulu dire. Mais bon, enchanté Muna Cielo. On dirait des algues. C'est des algues, on dirait. Si tu ne m'avais pas dit, je n'aurais jamais deviné qu'il faisait ce genre de boulot avant. Il y a une petite mouche de merde qui m'énerve. Fiche le camp. Va jouer dans le couloir. Non, bah ça vient de la cuisine ou de la salle de bain vu que la fenêtre est ouverte, c'est obligé. Pour aérer. Ah, ce n'est pas complètement déraisonnable. Ce n'est pas parce que tu trempes dans des affaires louches que tu n'accumules pas d'expérience, n'est-ce pas? Maintenant, il a changé d'emploi pour devenir une sorte de conseiller financier. Il suggère de temps en temps des tendances d'investissement à la patronne contre des moras. C'est plutôt confortable. C'est vrai, en parlant de ça, je me souviens qu'un gamin qui n'a pas pu rejoindre la Spina, dit Rosula. C'était un beau parleur, mais aucune compétence réelle. Dernièrement, j'ai entendu dire qu'il avait rejoint une autre faction, et depuis il roule des mécaniques. Oh, c'est un comportement dangereux. Comme si le palais Mermonia allait fermer les yeux. J'imagine qu'il sera invité à chanter à l'opéra bien assez tôt. Je vais juste mettre mon gâteau à l'abri parce que... Bah pas touche quoi. Ça c'est mon gâteau. Va dans la bouche, je vais te mettre dehors, ça.
Yep, they might have it good for a while, but it ain't gonna last.
I'm just saying, if you play with fire, you're gonna get burned.
Non voilà. Désolée de l'attente.
I'm just saying, if you play with fire, you're gonna get burned.
They might have it good for a
Mais
while,
oui, petit Cara, tu
but it
l'as
ain't
vu.
gonna last.
Mais le pauvre Doutoré, il sait même pas où il est.
I'm just saying, if you play with fire, you're gonna get burned.
Yep, they might have it good for a while,
but it ain't gonna last.
Alors... Non, je te jure, petit
we're
Cara.
back.
Oh purée, je me suis... Oh non, mais je t'ai dit, quand je suis occupée à quelque chose, t'as vraiment pas de chance, petit Cara. Si je me trompe, c'est de Touré, voilà. Pauvre Neuvillette. Désolée, hein.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, you still remember, right, Malus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
La même personne serait-elle derrière les deux affaires?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety, while lacking energy to do anything. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse, and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Exactement, petit Cara. Elle croit qu'on a peur d'elle. Non, non. On a déjà combattu pire.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse.
Tu vas voir, Neuvillette, il la remet à sa place des fois.
That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father,
still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
Ils auraient pu appartenir à une personne qui se serait dissoute?
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Votre père s'est peut-être disputé avec Jack?
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Now, did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live. And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. "5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public.
Comme ça, ma chérie, elle s'ennuie pas.
If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as
Tu veux voir
Boss.
qu'il y a? Si tu parles dans le RP, il est évanoui. Et là, on sait pas où il est. Il est à Mansa.
To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting
Il est évanoui
dishonor
au
as
palais.
the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
Je sais pourquoi tu me demandes ça. La fleur, elle est encore après lui, je parie. Ah là, il est évanoui au palais. Je crois que son père l'avait mis dans sa chambre. Voilà.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword.
Attends, je réponds plus faux au RP. Allez, c'est Baizo qui voulait se barrer avec lui.
If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters will be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Maloose. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
Qu'est-ce que cette confrérie?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Comptez sur moi.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Alors là, pour lire en tour et kiki, c'est reparti pour un tour. Alors, dossier de l'affaire de Calas. Il y a 3 ans, lors d'une... Attends. Voilà, c'est mieux. Lors d'une nuit pluvieuse, les convives au banquet ont entendu 2 coups de feu à l'extérieur de la maison. Lorsqu'ils sont arrivés sur les lieux, Calias avait un fusil à la main et Jack avait été abattu. Sur la base de l'enquête menée à l'époque, il n'y avait aucune possibilité que quelqu'un d'autre ait pu commettre l'acte de s'échapper. Et Calas a donc été jugé coupable. Non, bah oui, tu veux pas qu'elle meure. C'est Paimon qui boit du coup. Glou glou glou. Aïe aïe aïe. Attends, j'ai vu qu'il y avait quelque chose par là-bas, mais où? Où? Sûrement plus en hauteur. Plus haut sûrement.
Search forth. The wind rises.
Paimon testeuse. Ouais, tu m'étonnes. Ah, il a sauvé la vie, ça a évité qu'elle se dissout. Qu'est-ce que je te disais? Voilà. Il y en avait un là en haut. Ils vont se mettre tellement haut les machins. En haut, dans la mer, ça va être partout. En plus, il y en a plus qu'avant. La fontaine. Bon.
Squall and fury.
Attends, si je trouve un vrai PNJ, ça va faire quoi? Ouais, ils réagissent pas ici. Il y en a, ils applaudissent d'habitude, mais là, à Fontaine, ils sont pas prêts. Hein. Tu vois, ici, ils réagissent pas. Bah, Izu, je te jure, ils applaudissent parce que c'est un médecin, quoi, je pense. Toi, la mouche, tu vas ailleurs. Putain, mais... C'est chiant, les mouches. Ils vont embêter le chat. Un nouveau lot de marchandises. Je vais les transporter, pas de problème. Par nouveau lot. Vous parlez de... Hein? Détendez-vous, je parle d'une cargaison normale. Muna Cielo n'arrête pas de dire que l'information est aussi une cargaison. Et là, il est certainement réussi à créer toutes sortes d'attentes inutiles envers nous. Les porteurs. N'écoutez pas les boniments. On devrait se contenter de faire ce qu'on a à faire. On vous a à l'œil. On vous a à l'œil.
It is settled then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oula! Pas l'air contente, la fille.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Ne la dérangeons pas pour l'instant.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
T'as toujours pas répondu, petit carré, je crois que tu m'as zappé. Aïe, aïe.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Attendez, ça veut dire que...
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
Ah, petit carré, il est parti chercher Delic.
But Mama,
Oui, je
why
sais, ça
is
commence
Papa
déjà.
still the bad guy
Delic,
if he
alors
did
que
the
c'est
right
même pas encore
thing?
maintenant, quoi.
Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword, he must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find...
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Alors, témoignage de la famille de Jack. La famille de Jack pense qu'il a eu beaucoup de mal avec l'ordre de tuer Callas. Callas a-t-il agi en état de légitime défense? Ou y a-t-il encore quelque chose à découvrir?
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florence should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
Attends, je réponds vite fait au RP.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene.
Et voilà, c'est répondu.
But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other. Not know.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person.
J'ai bien envie de me commander quelque chose, moi. Et tu sais quoi, petit cara? Quelque chose de pas trop gênant, pas trop gros, qui va pas me faire une boîte. Un kebab. Bon, le problème c'est que je vais regarder.
About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned,
14h58, je sais pas si c'est ouvert.
do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
Un bon petit kebab, pas cher en plus. Ça évite de dépenser une fortune dans les courses. Ouais, t'as regardé le nom du chien? Enfin, t'as dû l'écouter, le baguette. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Ah bah ouais, je vois ça, t'as regardé le nom. Oh, je peux plus. C'est très probable.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to
Ouais, je
kill.
vais prendre un kebab.
So he would
C'est pas
also
cher.
have no reason to bring an extra gun with him.
Avec leurs baguettes là, leurs recettes et tout, ça m'a donné la dalle. Il me faut de la viande et du pain. Quoi de mieux qu'un kebab? En plus, ça fait grossir, c'est bien. Bon, on espère qu'ils sont pas en vacances, hein. Parce que c'est mon préféré, quoi. Antalya.
The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Alors, les boss font machin, non. Moi, j'aimerais bien commander chez Antalya, s'il vous plaît, avec un truc. Antalya. À part s'il existait plus, ce serait triste. Attends, je regarde.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying
Antalya.
Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys?
Ouais, y a pas de réduction, donc autant prendre un gros, voilà. Sans crudité. Pas de sauce. Burk. Je déteste la sauce. Et vu qu'il y a une boisson obligatoire, je sais pas quoi prendre. Je vais éviter le coca quand même. Ils ont pas un jus d'orange non plus. Oh, je sais pas. Un truc qui réveille, il y a pas grand chose. Hein. Il y a un oasis. Ah, c'est bien ça. Oasis, tiens. Ok, je prends juste ça, et puis voilà, hein, ça me fait pas cher. royal. Je vais juste, du coup, débloquer ma carte. Excuse-moi, petit Kara, mais c'est très important.
But hold on.
J'ai la
If
dalle.
that's what had happened, then
peux
why
pas
didn't
manger
he
le
share the
biscuit.
truth with any of us?
Je te rassure, si je prends un tout petit prix, sinon j'aurais commandé, tu sais, des courses. Hein. Et c'est parce que, ben, je fais attention à mon argent.
He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel.
Là, on fait ça. Oula. J'ai peur. Là, on la débloque temporairement. Plus le paiement sur internet en attendant, vu qu'il faut bien que je commande. Hop. Je retourne à la page.
Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
Planifier pour plus tard. Non. Les autres kebabs, j'ai pas goûté et j'ai un peu peur du prix.
About that, Malouse told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel.
Kesme, centre-ville.
I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Alors, je vais juste répondre. Merde, c'était pas la bonne touche que je voulais faire. C'est pas grave. Pas. Pauvre chien, sérieux. Tu me fais délirer, petit gars.
Life, death, and the world around us all follow a set of laws. But if you never test the limits, how can anyone know where the boundaries of these laws are?
Bon, bah y a plus qu'à chercher un kebab ailleurs. Il a l'air moins cher en transport celui-là.
Oh, it's just some chronic problem I have flaring up again. Nothing to worry about.
Attends, je vais juste vérifier un truc. Est-ce qu'ils ont de l'oasis là-dedans aussi? Ils ont du coca chéri, ils ont de l'oasis tropical, du tropico.
Life,
C'est pas ce qui réveille quoi, c'est dommage.
and the world
Oh, ils ont un
around us
capricène.
all follow a set of laws.
Chouette ce capricène, ils ont plus de choix dans celui-là.
But if you never test the limits, how can anyone know where the boundaries of these laws are?
Dis-moi petit Caras, ça réveille du capricène? Vu que c'est des fruits? Tac, le blanc.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Peut-être un coca chéri à lui pour une fois. Allez. J'espère que je serai pas malade. Non, pas de sauce supplémentaire, machin. J'espère que ce sera bon parce que... c'est différent leur truc. Hein. Donc là, on peut choisir si on veut de la sauce, si on veut des crudités. Moi, j'ai mis non, pas de crudités. Pas de sauce. En pain et non en galette. Et pas de frites avec du ketchup. Je veux que des frites sans sauce. Voilà. Parce que j'aime pas tout ce qui est sauce, moi. Bah, je peux pas. Je n'y arriverai pas. Tranche de viande tendre tu vas fondre de plaisir à chaque bouchée. Fréquemment acheté ensemble. Ouais, mais c'est 6,90 de plus. Ouais, ça peut le faire après. Hein. C'est un petit plaisir après tout. Une assiette de kebab, ça fera pas de mal. De viande de kebab. Sans aucune sauce par contre. Hein. Je n'aime pas ça. Quelle sauce avec tes frites? Aucune. Voilà. Et puis c'est tout. Hein. Là, c'est un plaisir de malade que je me suis fait. Mais pas trop cher. Voilà comment on mange.
Now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
J'espère qu'il sera réussi mon kebab hein, par contre. Je veux vraiment pas de sauce dedans. Pas de sauce, pas de crudité. Juste de la viande et du pain. Désolée petit cara, mais je peux vraiment pas. Je peux manger que simple. Malheureusement, je suis née comme ça, très difficile, c'est horrible.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Alors, mon truc, viande kebab. Et le Twitch viande kebab, bien sûr, que j'ai mis. Il devrait être parfait, normalement. Oh, il est en promotion en plus, le Twitch viande de kebab. Si j'aime bien, je commanderai ici. Hein. C'est moins cher. Pour les trucs de transport. On est en train de tester un autre restaurant de kebab, là. Alors. Standard. Le truc qui est resté parce que je ne peux pas trop descendre. Ouais, ça va. 16,82 parce que j'ai mis l'assiette de machin, c'est vraiment pour tester.
Oh, okay.
Donc
Hey,
21,24
I'm
€.
also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something
Bah
wrong.
alors, petit cara. Alors, t'en penses quoi du prix, petit cara? C'est parce qu'il y a la livraison à 2,49, c'est normal, service à 1,93. Et en tout, au total, ça faisait pour 16,82, car j'ai rajouté l'assiette de viande de kebab, mais c'est manger vraiment un petit budget, pas comme les gens qui font des courses de ouf. Et t'en penses quoi? C'est rentable quand même le prix. Après, t'as les livraisons, c'est normal. 21,24, c'est mieux que 32 balles pour des pizzas ou par exemple plus cher pour des courses. Parce que t'es obligé de faire des grandes commandes de courses après.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
Donc tu vois, sans l'assiette de kebab, ça va faire encore moins cher. Si c'est super bon, je commande là-bas, moi. Comme ça, je prendrai qu'un kebab, ça fera moins cher. Ah purée, je me suis encore déclingué un morceau dedans. Comment j'ai fait mon compte, moi?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson.
Ils ont intérêt à bien le réussir, par contre. Hein. Tout ce que j'ai demandé.
Callis did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rasula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way.
Et voilà. J'ai avalé quelque chose, c'était un morceau dedans. Oh. Et voilà, c'est fait. Eux au moins ils prennent les commandes en cours et tout. C'est bien. Parce que je commençais à avoir faim, mais si je mange trop de sucre, c'est pas bon, tu vois. Et chez moi, j'ai que des trucs sucrés par rapport au gâteau. Ou alors la viande à faire cuire, mais j'ai un peu peur de me cramer les mains. Surtout que je suis en live, quoi. Oh. Manger rapidement, ce sera plus facile.
It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours?
Maintenant que le compte a été pris, je peux remettre ma carte en sécurité. Voilà. Vaut mieux le mettre en sécurité parce que c'est bien d'avoir toujours 138 € de côté quand même. Tu crois pas, petit cara? Et hop, en sécurité. C'est trop pratique. Faites la même chose le jour où vous avez des cartes de crédit. N'hésitez pas à les mettre en sécurité, on sait jamais. Il n'y a plus qu'à attendre.
Ah, yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Il lui arrive quoi? Je suis en train de regarder les RP, je me dis what? Il y arrive quoi? Aïe aïe aïe. Reina 2. Ah là là.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex.
Il va en trouver de ces lois, je te
Removing
jure.
a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret.
Ouais, un peu plus.
So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units.
C'est bon, je me suis pas trompée, non.
They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
C'est clair.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Alors, Thierry est le responsable de la coordination entre la Spinadi Rosula, je crois, et les gendarmes. Selon lui seul les personnes suffisamment riches peuvent posséder un grand nombre de gendarmes mecs de manière privée.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello.
Ah,
Sorry
il
to
prépare
keep
ma
you
commande,
waiting.
ouais.
I'm not as
Je vais
young as I
pouvoir
used to
manger.
be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
J'ai hâte de goûter leur cuisine à eux. J'ai jamais mangé dans ce restaurant. Enfin, leur cuisine à eux. Si j'aime, ce sera eux que je choisis pour me manger parce que ils sont ouverts à n'importe quelle heure, on dirait. On peut manger dans l'après-midi et tout. Ça sera plus efficace quand je vous inviterai tous chez moi, petit cara. Un jour, on mangera de très bons trucs, t'inquiète. Tous ensemble.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress.
Il y aura toi, il y aura ma chérie, il y aura sûrement Sensi qu'on fera venir de l'île. Parce qu'elle est beaucoup plus loin.
I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
J'ai accepté son cadeau à Sensi, mais je te jure, c'est vraiment pour lui faire plaisir. Et pour pas qu'elle se sente coupable. Attends, je regarde si t'as répondu pour pas te mettre devant. Non, c'est bon.
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
C'est sûr qu'elle s'est sentie honteuse. Rip, fausse alors.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Ah bah bravo, ils en ont eu du divertissement dans leur pays. Ouais, comment on va battre cette plante d'ailleurs? Enfin, cette plante humaine, je sais pas quoi, mais... Il en peut plus de Toré. Il y a déjà trop de malheur sur lui.
Uncle Marcel,
Sur tout le
you've
monde.
also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh là, il faut qu'elle s'arrête à un moment, il va plus y avoir personne. Il va rester que...
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Ah non, tu répondais à Nono. Ah. Oula, la télé te met pas en veille, s'il te plaît. Voilà. Attends, il a inventé une loi qui date de 3 secondes. Aïe aïe aïe. Une loi de 3 secondes, je sais pas si Fausse-alors elle est d'accord avec ça.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests.
Voilà, ça c'est mon mot que j'ai noté, tu vois, instruction. Ça se note tout le temps. Bonjour, veuillez sonner à l'interphone 21 et monter s'il vous plaît. Je ne peux pas porter de charge car j'ai une double scoliose. Ou même descendre, tu vois, c'est un peu compliqué parfois les escaliers. Après, s'il faut que je descende, si je tombe, c'est de leur faute. Parce que j'ai pas beaucoup mangé. J'ai mangé, mais à chaque fois, le corps, vers le soir, il a faim. Enfin, vers l'après-midi surtout.
Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest
Maintenant
was
que j'ai
history.
grossi. Vu que maintenant je fais 44 kilos, le ventre il a dû grossir. Et du coup, il doit avoir faim. Beaucoup plus qu'avant.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
L'information sur Marcel. Marcel est le président de la confrérie de Cabrières. Il était l'organisateur du banquet des années auparavant. La confrérie et la Spina di Rosula, pardon.
Oh, it's just some chronic problem I have flaring up again. Nothing to worry
Toujours
about.
entretenu une relation de travail étroite. Bien que ses souvenirs à des événements de l'affaire soient assez flous, il est prêt à défendre Navia. Ah bah il l'a dit de toute façon. Bonsoir, en promenade également. Les nuits sont belles. Eh bien, on ne voit pas ça tous les jours. Une jeune femme avec les mêmes goûts qu'un retraité comme moi. De nos jours, les jeunes sont comme cette statue au milieu de la place, toujours en mouvement. Ils sont pleins d'énergie, mais ils ne savent pas souvent pourquoi. Ils font des choses. Pardonnez mon pessimiste, mais c'est peut-être à cause de mon passé de dueliste mandaté. À propos des duellistes mandatés, c'est une profession qui existe pour maintenir la dignité, mais qui vit parallèlement au conflit. Les suspects qui ne croient pas qu'ils devraient être jugés demanderont un duel pour défendre leur réputation. Seule la concession ou l'expiration peuvent mettre fin à un duel, et rares sont ceux qui peuvent vaincre les duellistes mandatés assermentés. Donc je doute qu'il vous soit difficile d'imaginer ce qui arrive à tel suspect. Finissent avec l'eau, quoi. Non, non, ce n'est pas comme ça que ça se passe. En général, on dit d'abord à un client qu'un service est payant, n'est-ce pas? M'en informer seulement après avoir pris les photos est tout simplement déraisonnable. Mais prendre des photos n'est pas gratuit, les machines ont et les photos ont un coût. C'est comme ça pour tous. Ce n'est pas comme ça que ça marche. Si vous proposez un service, vous devez d'abord informer le client des choses importantes. Prenez-nous à la Banque du Nord. Par exemple, lorsqu'un client vient nous voir, eh bien pour la prestation d'un service, nous le lui dirons, et plusieurs fois. Votre façon de faire des affaires n'est pas correcte. Eh bien, ce n'est pas la Banque du Nord. Et tous les autres m'ont payé. Qu'ils soient prêts à accepter quelque chose de déraisonnable, c'est leur problème. Vous n'avez pas de tribunal ici? Présentons cette affaire devant la cour. Vous savez quoi? Oubliez ça, gardez vos moras. Mais rendez-moi ces photos, s'il vous plaît. Non, non et non, ce n'est pas une question de moras. Une dispute pour des moras, des photos. Aïe, aïe, aïe. En plus, c'est un fatouille. Habillé comme ça, c'est des fatouilles. Ah tiens, un chien qui s'appelle Baguette, normalement. Il serait peut-être temps de vérifier la durabilité des roulements. Qui êtes-vous? Je suis une gendarme de patrouille. Plus précisément, j'accompagne les gendarmes mecs en patrouille. À ce propos des gendarmes mecs, ce sont des machines, mais elles sont un élément indispensable des gendarmes. Nous comptons sur eux pour le maintien de la sécurité publique jour après jour. Quant à moi, je dirais que je suis plutôt une ingénieure responsable de leur maintenance. Ça a l'air facile. Nous n'avons pas affronté le danger directement. C'est un avantage. En contrepartie, l'entretien d'un gendarme mec doit être réalisé quotidiennement. Tant que je le maintiens en bon état, il sera capable de protéger les autres. C'est simple, pas vrai? J'ai eu quoi? 4 conseils de l'aventurier. Ah bah merci. Il y a un truc à téléporter en haut. Nous, on doit aller là-bas. Regarde. Robot. Gendarme mec. Ça m'a l'air bien haut, hein, quand même, tout ça. Ah non, c'est là-bas. Je crois pas pouvoir l'atteindre.
The wind rises.
Ah si. C'est bon, j'en ai pas raté un. D'ailleurs, je suis à combien? 150. 150 plumeaux.
We've talked to all 3 suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
Alors, voyons voir le joli RP.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Attends.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Comment ne pas être gêné au fond de lui-même? Voilà.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Si j'étais Jack...
Oh? And why is that?
Qui dit qu'il aurait été sauf après avoir tué Callias?
Oh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
On dirait que la troisième personne est celle qui a tout fait rater.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Mais qui des trois suspects aurait du potentiel de contrôler le gendarmerie privé? Thierry, Marcel, Florent. Oh non, ce serait triste si c'était lui. Mais bon, c'est lui le plus riche quand même.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Peut-être que c'est quelqu'un d'autre. Alors, maintenant il ne reste plus que Florent ou Thierry. Thierry?
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Il ne nous en reste plus qu'un. Florent.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
Je pense que... Non, pas celle-là. Il y a un truc de Marcel.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well.
C'est parce que j'ai faim, je pense. T'inquiète, petit Cara, ça va aller. On va y arriver. Et puis, ça fait depuis 5h du mat que je suis sur la télé, quand même. Oh, j'ai oublié de faire ça en plusieurs parties. Attends. On va continuer, mais je vais du coup refaire un autre live. J'arrive tout de suite.